information and publish it with my name. You need to have the clearance from the system on what should be done, the modalities you have to follow to be able to take information, data about the individual. As much as you have been given that space, there is also the need to get the consent of that individual within. But there are some situations where you might be dealing with other organisms. Even that one, you should know how to manage if you are taking the samples from the organism, how to go about it, if it is a plant, where to pick, how to pick, and when to pick. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. So, Prof, I have identified the gap. I've gone through literature, and I've observed that these are ethical standards. How will I identify the clear design that will suit what I've identified?
All right. So knowing the problem and all that, as we have discussed, first of all, we'll give you the problem will lead to the objectives, because as I mentioned, maybe it's about performance, about behavior, it's about, so you want to solve it after perusing literature. You want to solve it by this way or by that way. Whether you want to look at relationship among some variables or some causal effect and all that. So that will inform you whether you need to do experiment, let's say a quasi experiment or true experiment, or you need to just do some survey to answer to the research questions that you have raised. And the moment you get to know how to deal with the objectives or the research questions, that will inform you about the methodology. And so you look at the paradigm, you align to the approach, whether quantitative or qualitative or mixed, and that will also determine the kind of design that will suit the approach that you have chosen. And then the design will determine the population that you need to use for the research. Whether if it is qualitative, then you know that you are not going to pick a large sample. And even how you pick the sample is also determined by the design. If it is quantitative, then you know that the more the sample size, the more accurate, reliable your findings. And so all these things, I always say that research is very technical. One agrees with the other. The moment you miss the technicalities of it, that is where you have challenges. Yes.
Actually, that is why we are discussing step by step. It means that you need one step to lead you to the other before you can move on. Now, Prof. Akoto, I want you to just have a bit detail into quantitative designs. How will I know that my study actually will use quantitative?
Thank you, Prof. So with this question, I will take you back to the problem identification. Now, I think one question probably we didn't hit on was, after you identify the problem you want to solve, you have to develop your research question. The research question contextualizes the problem. And so within your research question, it will identify a population, your variables of study, and possibly the relationships within the variables. So your research question will determine whether you are going qualitative or quantitative. But since your question is on quantitative, and as Prof said, so within quantitative study compared to qualitative is, I would say, it's a refined form of the research of science, in the sense that you are able to quantify attributes. And so you use your Likert scale to measure, and that means you are quantifying attributes, unlike your qualitative scale. And so there are some scientific guardrails that you have to ensure that you meet. Validity, and it can be various forms of validity, but I'll go to your measurement very first. And I also tell students that measurement, your tool of measure is critical. It's like a farmer going to the farm without the colors, you cannot work. So researchers our tool for work is our measurement. And so for quantitative, you have to identify that measurement. And what I tell students is that so in quantitative, there are developed, validated scale. So when you do quantitative study, you can't just get up and create your own questions. It doesn't work that way because the science is based on validated questions. So you have to, and this is, here we go to another word, adapt and adaptation. The difference. You don't adapt, you adopt. That means you take wholesale in quantitative study because the question has been developed by somebody else and validated and published. As soon as you take it and you change one question, it is no longer that validated scale. And before you change your question or you change anything about the question, you have to have justification for changing it. There are two, etymological justification or methodological justification. For example, assuming you pick a skill developed maybe in China in a Chinese language, you cannot apply that in Ghana. So of course, that's a justification word to modify it, turn it to English. For methodological reason, maybe you apply it in process of doing a study, you do a pilot study, and maybe the measures doesn't apply well. And so that is a justification. It's very important. And that determines the validity of the study. If you're using measures that are not valid, then your whole study is flawed. So that is the beginning.
Still staying on quantitative. So I've seen an instrument and I want to use it. Do I just go and then take it?
Yes, research is supposed to be universal. Research is supposed to be universal. So research done here in Ghana, in Nigeria, in US, in Australia, we all follow the same scientific process. So when somebody has followed the process and in your context, then you make that justification and modify it. Otherwise, if you have no justification, you can't just say, oh, because it's in Ghana, so I'm going to change it. No, that's not justification to modify it. So yes, I'll emphasize on the word, you adapt it, adopt it, you don't adapt. Adapt means you are changing aspect of it. You adopt it wholesale and then you apply it. And so yeah, that's
what are the ethical consequences of just taking somebody's instrument? Because it's on the research space. What do I have to do? As a graduate student, I've seen something that was used in China. I want to use it here. What do I do?
Yes, so you acknowledge. So that's one of the rules of the game. So, but at times you might have to write to the creator of the scale. Some scales they create, they're readily available. They are available within the journal. So if they are available within the journal, then you use and you cite. You acknowledge the creator. But if it's not available in the journal, at times you have to write to the authors to request the scale. So you do that. And even that, after that, you have to acknowledge the creator and then you cite the source of the questionnaire. And of course, you give history of its use to show that it is being validated, it's being used within the space.
Thank you. So you can't just take it and say, oh, they said that I can use
qualitative a bit. You know, the main issue here is all about the problem. So if your problem is more of one that is about the lived experience of the people within a particular community, then you should know that this problem requires exploration, requires you to observe, explore the dynamics of the society, and narratively document what you have observed. That will inform the specific qualitative design that you need to employ, either ethnography or whatsoever qualitative design that is more appropriate. So as postgraduate researchers, we should always have to have our minds on the problem. Do I intend to determine, quantify? Do I intend to explore or find out the behaviors of certain people within a particular community, as that geared towards more of a qualitative methods? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. So I want to explore. In my exploration, what do I need to do? We are still on the design. I want to explore.
Okay, so as has been mentioned earlier, depending on what you are working on, the problem statement, the hypothesis, the research question. That will influence the instrument you are using. If
All right, so while she sorts herself out, we'll move to Professor Ohene Boateng. Prof, what's the difference between hypothesis and research question? You are fine. So she wants to handle that.
So if I'm interested in an individual, what people here are eating in Amstead, and I want to go by a qualitative design, I can look at what they are eating daily in a week by doing a weekly review, come out with somehow some kind of assumed foods that they eat, and then track within a period what they are eating. Or I can choose to do 24-hour recall randomly on some people and find out what they are eating. Or I can choose to go into the household system. There are a number of families on campus. Check within the households what they are eating within a period. So if it's a household food survey, I may have to do just once. And then I get the holistic idea of what they are eating, how much they are spending on their food, what they prefer, and all that. If somebody has a condition that needs something special, I put it there. But if it is the individual I'm interested in, let's say children 5 years, which I won't find in every household, then I can do a weekly recall, find out what they are feeding the child with every week for about a month or so, and then pull my data together to know what they are giving to the children. Or if I'm looking at it in groups, let's say I'll look at the mothers on campus. Aside doing the family thing, I can choose to do focus group discussions, bring them together, explore to know interests, if they share common interests, or if there is something different that somebody is doing differently. And this way, you'll be able to come out with a very good qualitative work done. Thank you.
Good. So in this way, you can explore more and get details about it. Prof, I was on asking you hypothesis and research questions or objectives. Yeah, what are the clear differences?
All right, thank you very much. The two are closely related. Research question, I would say, is a bit broader, and I'll explain why I'm saying that. But let's look at how closely they are related. They all respond to the research objective. In that, research question poses just a question following the objective, and then hypothesis is a claim that that objective is or not, depending on whether it is null or alternative that you pose it. So, for instance, anxiety has, you want to ask a question, a research question. What is the effect of anxiety on students' performance? That's the question. But then the same thing can be asked in a manner of a hypothesis. Anxiety has no significant effect on student performance. It's a claim. Now, it is up to the researcher to analyze this claim using statistical approach to accept or reject the claim. Now, the reason why I said research question is much broader is that research question can be used for both qualitative and quantitative. However, our hypothesis is strictly for quantitative. We don't use hypothesis for qualitative because it goes with statistical data analysis and all that. So that is what I think.
Thank you very much. So if you are thinking of exploring, you cannot hypothesize. You only need to ask questions. We will still go through the same phase. Do we, or as a graduate student, can I provide both research objectives and hypothesis at the same time?
Yes and no. You can have both, and in certain contexts, certain contexts, it can be just your hypothesis, a research question, then you go to your hypothesis. But no, in the thesis framework, Our students are taught, yes, they go through the objectives and so, but when you go to in the real world, in publishing in journals, different journals will have different requirements. So it will depend on the journal. As I said, it could be yes or no. So some journals will prefer that you stay both objectives and add hypotheses to it. Even research question, in some journals, it will be optional whether you frame a research question or you can just go straight to framing hypothesis. And so it depends on the context, the medium on which you are writing for. So at the beginning, as we were saying, as you start developing your idea, your thought as you are writing, you have to identify who are you writing for. It's fundamental. You have to know who you are writing for, what genre you're writing for, what audience are you writing for. And if that audience will determine how you proceed. Okay.
Yes, so that moves me to why is publishing research important beyond university requirements? As a graduate student, why is publishing very important? Publishing and dissemination.
Okay, thank you, Prof. The theme for this discussion is conducting an impactful research. The question is, how would your research be impactful if it is shelved or kept under your pillow? The need for you to publish your research is to make impact. To let us know, we the stakeholders, what are you informing us in terms of policies, in terms of professional practices? What are you trying to tell us? So publication, not only publication, you need to also share policy briefs, professional summaries on social media platforms, blog your works. So as a postgraduate researcher, always you have to think about not only publication, but how you make impact with what you have identified. First of all, you had a problem. And that problem warranted the investigation. Now you've gotten some outcomes. For who? Is it for yourself? One thing we have to consider always is that our works are not for personal consumption. We have some audience, we have some readership, we have some practitioners to inform their practices, we have some policymakers to inform their policies, we have individuals whose lives have to be shaped. So that is why we have to publish our work. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, please, you can add.
For postgraduates, the question is, why do we insist, or in our policy, that, for instance, you are a PhD candidate, you should publish 2 papers before you defend, and for MPhil 1 paper, what is its use? Actually, when you are publishing, or when you submit your manuscript to a journal, a very good journal, of course, you receive reviews. So as postgraduate student, that review can add to the quality of the thesis that you are writing, especially if you are a PhD candidate. And so it is very, very important to publish whilst you are doing the work to enrich the outcome of the work. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, the last bit was about the knowledge translation. I've done the research is in an area I want the people to get the information, not necessarily through a journal, but I want to conduct workshops. How do I go about it?
Okay, thank you very much. It's good to give feedbacks. So I'll come back to the scenario I gave here, where you had to deal with the people, find out what they are doing. You can organize workshops within the community. You can use the opinion leaders in the community. You can capitalize on situations where they have forums in the community to go there, ask for a slot, and then educate the people on what you have. And now we have the social media platform, as my colleague mentioned. You can also use it. Now TikTok is very popular. Everybody is on it. You can use it to communicate some of your findings there. And you can also use platforms like this to also communicate your findings. Thank you.
Well, audience, we have heard them. step by step, from the idea to the time you communicate to the people you studied about. In fact, that bit I'm taking home is that don't put the thing under your pillow. I love that part. So we open the floor for about few questions from the audience, or if you have a critical contribution, we also permit that about within 5 minutes, and then our time will be up. Yeah, Prof. And then, please, other hands. 2. So you are number 2. Please, 1, 2. Any other person? 3. You are number 3. And then, okay, we'll take the first 3 and then wrap it up. Please, you are a panel member, so come sit down for somebody to do that. Prof. Abraham wants to do everything.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And thank you very much, the panelists. I think you have done so well. You have educated us so much about how to go by our research. We hope that we continue getting counsels from you on such matters. It's very important. I am a postgraduate student. Yes, my concern is, in fact, I was expecting the panelists to talk about it, or whether Madam Moderator didn't bring it out. That's why probably they didn't have the feel of it. And it is, 1, the relationship between that we, the postgraduates, and our supervisors to be, or probably our supervisors, before the game starts. In many cases, they will assign us supervisors. Maybe we have not encountered them before, we don't even know them. And if we have even gotten to know them, it was through probably the third courses. Then an HOD somewhere will sit somewhere and assign us supervisors. Hello. The initial thing is to establish a relationship with somebody. And that is what I'm talking about. How do we go about that? And 2, many of the supervisors don't even meet any of us to discuss our research topics. I am a postgraduate student. And they expect that we should be knowledgeable enough to carry out our research. Some of us, we have experienced this pain for many long. It is because we have come to learn under your feet. And we don't expect to be knowledgeable than you. So if you don't discuss with us the research topics, or probably you from both ends, you may tell me to go and look for problems to come and solve. Or you will come and give me one of the problems to solve. And you don't sit down and discuss with me how to go about this. And you expect me to start. How do I go about it?
A postgraduate student, we have heard you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, our honorable postgraduate student. I think listening to you carefully, your question and the answer are all in your submission. You've answered all of them. The first one is how we assign students to supervisors. In fact, it's a critical matter to really raise. Because research itself is a very stressful endeavor. And so if you are not comfortable with the one you are working, both the supervisor and the supervisee, either side, it becomes frustrating for both. I remember one student was assigned to me some time ago, and whatever the student writes, in fact, when I read, I don't really get what he's, trying to arrive at in order to know what to suggest to make the work. So I rather became more frustrated than the student. And it can also happen to students. So what I would advise is to us HODs, deans, and the rest is that let's assign, taking into consideration the side of the students. Yes, one, expertise, areas of specialization or interest. Sometimes you are assigned to a lecturer who is so qualitative oriented, and you too, your interest is in quantitative, and you have to force yourself to learn qualitative before you can fit in. And by the time you adjust, the semester or the academic year is even ended, and it becomes so frustrating. So I would advise HODs, let's be flexible, let's listen to our candidates, and let's assign them in a manner that will make the supervision more bearable. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. You're talking about me. I'm quantitative oriented. Yeah, so you come to me, you do quanti. Anyway, I'm biased in the sense that the reason I'm biased is because if you look at all publications in the world, almost 80% of all publications is quantitative. Yes. So you are here to learn the research process. So your thesis is part of the learning process. So if at this point, if you don't learn quantitative and you finish and you go out, when are you going to learn quantitative? And if you don't learn that, you'll be handicapped in your profession. Yes, because how many qualitative can you publish? Because the journals, they only accept a little amount of qualitative. The top journals, maybe 5%, 6%. The rest is all quantitative. So if you don't learn that, you'll not be successful in your profession. So that's the reason why you come to me, yes, you do quantitative. So sorry about that. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Anyway.
Prof, thank you for your submission. Now, I usually ask my student, so let's take this example. Assuming you want to travel from here to Ho, and then you go to Kejitia, and then you ask anyone, say someone who don't even know the route to Ho, or even a car from Kumasi to Ho, and then he tells you that, oh, okay, pick a car from Kumasi to Obuasi, and then you get a car from Obuasi to Accra, and when you get to Accra, you get a car to Ho. Someone will tell you that, okay, no, you just pick a car from Kumasi, go to Koforidua, and then alight there, pick a car from there, you can get to Ho. And then someone will tell you that go to Accra, from Kumasi to Accra, you get Ho. You get a car from Ho to Kumasi. Before you thought of making that journey, you ask yourself, what do I need to have? What do I need to know? You want to do postgraduate program, PhD. Didn't you before application? So you just applied. Everyone is going. So I have to also go there. There are a few of you. Let me comment some of the students. There are a few of you before your application. I have had the chance of meeting some students. They will tell you that I have applied and researched or searched on the lecturers here. And I think that you are quantitative oriented, so I want to learn from you. He has read about the lecturers, the professors in that department. He has gotten basic knowledge regarding the journey he wants to make or undertake. He all did not learn from one professor or trained from by one professor. Some professors would want you to do it yourself. some would want you to be on a project. It's different. So if you happen to have yourself and a professor who would say that, go get me a problem or go get me a topic, and then you get out there, one thing you need to understand is that research is not an independent work like we write exams. So don't turn to the left or right. You need to consult, go knock doors, and you will find solution or the necessary, knowledge to start that activity. Thank you.
So to add to it, as my colleagues have said, you work on a problem, you don't work on topics. Topics can change even after your viva. So that is one thing you should always have at the back of your mind. Then talk of the research space. I can't go into the space of Prof. Watson because I'm in a different research space. I'm in the biological space. He's in the mathematical space. So if you assign a student who is interested in the mathematical space to me, you will disadvantage the student. So the heads, I think graduate school, Prof, if something can be done about it, that it's communicated that they should allow the students to explore, find out whom they can work with, who is within the space that they want to work. And then they can nominate for them to be assigned. That way, both.
That's exactly what I want to hear.
So that interest is there. The other thing, as Prof said, before you come in, you have to talk to colleagues that you know. I have a current student who spoke to me before she even applied. I want to come and work with you. I want to do this. So that influenced even the courses that she had to take before she entered the research space. So as much as possible, that dialogue should be there. And then if you assign a supervisor, they are not monsters. They are human beings. Kindly develop your proposals with them. Because if you work with me and you bring thesis that I should sign that you have done, and I have no idea how it was designed, it's difficult. Because what is very critical is identifying the problem you're working with, coming up with your objectives, and then developing the experiment. If the experiment is not well developed, whatever you have written will go wrong. And it is the design stage will influence what kind of analysis you even have to do. So please, if you have been assigned any lecturer, kindly work closely with them to do very good work at the initial stages before you even go out to take any data. Thank you.
Yes, so with my graduate students, you have to come up with your broad area, so we'll be able to see that this aligns with this person. And I think that makes it easier. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Which one? Exactly. The opportunity to work with. And then, Prof, we get you, but let's also look at this caution that your area you have brought necessarily, it is Professor Apia. You can't go beside her. And you have already received information from your previous people that she is difficult. So you realize that the person doesn't want to come today to you. And like it has been stated, I gave numbers, number 2. Number 2.
Okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciate what I've learned today. And my question is kind of suggestion that I did my undergrad here, and I really appreciate the practical aspect of Usted, University of School Training and Entrepreneurial Development. God bless you. Have it. You can do it. Research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your suggestion. Number 3.
Thank you. I'm John Kwano, MPhil candidate. My question about population. How do you validate that your population is enough for your study?
Population. How do you validate that your population? So, Prof is helping you. Your colleague, graduate student, is trying to polish it that your sample size. Yeah, They didn't. Is there any other question? Oh, okay. Please.
Thank you very much. Nami Joseph is my name from KNUST. My question is to Prof. Watson. Please, you did mention that we don't adapt measurement scale, but we adopt. I need a clarification. So, assuming I'm researching on e-procurement on operational performance, and then where I am where I want to use or adapt the scale was used in the context of supply chain. So e-procurement on supply chain, and my study is e-procurement on operational performance. Do I have to use the words verbatim, or I should modify it to suit the context?
I think your question is very clear. So let's move to the next one.
Thank you, Prof. With regards to publications, I want to find out, is it I have to finish my thesis before I draft my manuscript out of it, or I have to write the manuscript first and extend it? Because the postgrad qualification for completing the MPhil says that you have to have one paper from your thesis. So my question is that, should I develop the manuscript before? Thank you.
Clearly stated. Yes, the next person. I saw a hand at the back. Please, at the back. The far back. Oh, okay. Yeah.
My name is Atebia Blessing, a public health student in Usted Mampong, Grassak PR in General Secretary. I have two questions. The first one is, a lot of postgraduate students are being told to be innovative, but then we are also being told to stay in narrow fundable topics. How do you reconcile that into practice? My second question is, we talk about interdisciplinary research, but then most of our grant systems still reward single discipline depth heavily. Doesn't that incentive structure actually work against our theme for today? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Godwin, MPhil candidate. Please, you made mention of a research gap. Then, identifying a research gap, how many articles do you need to read? Or do you have a minimum or maximum number of articles that you need to read before you identify a gap in order to continue your thesis?
Read as many. Read as many.
Yeah, any other person? Yeah, we'll take you as the last one. The last question.
Okay. Please, my name is Beto Usu, and I'm from students. I had a clear explanation on qualitative and quantitative exploration, especially in qualitative. But my question is, at what stage will one go into mixed method approach?
All right, thank you very much. So we begin with sample size validation.
Okay, all right, sample size. How do you know? Yes, as I said, research is scientific and technical. There are laid down ways of determining sample size once you know your population. We have formulas like the Yamini's formula, and we have other tables, yes, a lot of them. That will determine that if you have a sample size, you have a population of, let's say, 1,000, this will be the minimum sample size you can use. Right, so these are there, you can search and you get them. Thank you.
Yeah, but I'll say something quick on the sample size. So that's what I've noticed. When you get a sample size, as Prof says, is the minimum. I see people they collect their data, they get the sample size, and then they stop. So they come 500. No, that's the minimum. You can go beyond that. Now, in addition, so using the formulas, and so there are 3 criteria that you have to use to determine sample size. Your population will tell you the sample size that you need, because sample size has to represent the population. And then 2, your conceptual framework and the number of variables you have in your conceptual framework will influence your sample size, because if your conceptual framework is large, it's complex, and your data is very small, your analysis will be invalid. And then the third one will be the kind of analysis you do. So here I'm speaking in terms of quantitative, purely quantitative. People who use analysis like SEM, structural equation modeling. You can get sample size maybe 100, 150 for SEM. It's not possible. It doesn't work. So these will determine, also influence the sample size that you have. So you have to look at those three criteria.
So that is quantitative, but qualitative, you have to reach saturation where you no longer hear anything. So if you are doing qualitative, you have to follow the principle of saturation. But if you are doing a focus group discussion, then you determine that I'm having 6 or 7 in each group of about 5 or 6. Those are how you can determine. Thank you. Prof, now your clarification of the adoption and adaptation.
Yeah, so I gave 2 conditions that you can adapt based on conceptual or theoretical reasoning or based on methodological reasoning. So with what you are describing, if the scale is developed specifically within the e-procurement, so if the scale is developed that is very context specific to e-procurement, and you are trying to go into a different area, yes, then you can adapt. That's the justification to adapt. Yes, because you have to change the content to fit the context that we are going. Otherwise, if it's a general area, then you have to use the scale as it is developed.
Sorry, Prof. Thank you. In fact, it's a yes or no answer, but I would advise that you focus more on publication, because usually students will get their work done and find it difficult to get it published. So if you can start with publication, the publication process would be a learning platform for you, because you're going to get reviews, you're going to get rejected. There you would realize that you don't know a lot, or there are a number of skills out there to be acquired by you. So with my students, I'll tell them that let's start with publication. Once we have a problem, let's put them into various publications and then work on the publications. We put a first in and it gets rejected. What is it? The method is flawed. There is no innovation in that work. Then we come back again, learn, put it out there. Once you meet the publication requirement, you have graduated. That is the clue. Because you only have to do your reviews for your thesis and then send it out there. Thank you.
So it still comes back to your research objectives. What do you seek to do? So in designing or in setting out or going out to outline your research objectives, you have to ask yourself the where, the hows, the how, the whens, and the direction. What do you hope to achieve? This will help you to narrow your work down to the specific things you hope to achieve. And what do you want to improve at the end of the day? Okay. Now, a little bit on the adopt and adapt, because I see more of the social science, but there are some experimental scientists, at least from Mampong. The treatments you are using will influence the design and then your population. To get very good statistics done, your replication is key. If you have more replication, your error margins are minimal, and that will help you get very good data that you can find good answers to your question. Thank you.
Be innovative means that you do something that has been done in another way is innovation. So, Doc cited an analogy of going to Ho. It might be that you have different pathways, but during your literature, you realize that they've been using the same way. So you can use another way, but you still land in Ho. you are being innovative. Innovation does not mean come out with something new all the time. And that is one of the problems with research issues. People think that you should come out with something totally new. No, your contribution. That's why at the end of the study, what have you contributed? Yours can be something small but very relevant. So that is what it is. You can't have a very big topic and that will mean that you are being innovative. You have to narrow, but your way of looking at the same thing in a different way is also an approach. I think that's, if it is, well, your second question, we cannot answer you. It's not part of our discussion because we're talking about collaboration and all of that. Please, can you look at the research gap? How many literature do I need?
As we are all even laughing, we can't put a number to it. It depends on the subject matter and the amount of literature that you have there. Yes, because some topics you scarcely even find literature. So in that case, I mean, you deal with a few. Others too, you have many, numerous of them, and then you have to do a lot of reading. Thank you.
The number will be exhaustive. That's the number. You have to explore everything that's up there before you proceed here. So,
Miss Method, when can I use Miss Method?
When? Also, there's no an answer to that. Well, the answer is you go back to the problem you identify. It's the problem. And then the research question that follows will determine whether you are doing a Miss Method, whether you are doing a qualitative or whether you are doing a quantitative. So it's the problem, then the research question that you draw out of the problem that will determine where you are going. Yeah. So you can't just, as once you have a topic, you can't just decide I'm going to do a Miss Method. No. You have to drill it down to the specific research questions, and that will, as I said earlier on, because your research question will contain the population where you're going to study, the kind of variables that will be involved, and the kind of relationships that will be involved. So that will determine whether you are doing a qualitative, quantitative, or a Miss Method. Thank you.
Okay, so whether a Miss Method or not, the various phases of research are highly related. You start with a problem, and then you get your questions, your objectives, questions, and then that determines the methods. Now, don't forget the literature review. What is out there? How was the problem explored? With what mechanisms, methods, designs? So, for instance, there is one-sided, activity. And then you realize that, no, I can give a different face of it through qualitative design. However, I have to first of all establish what has been identified within the quantitative, area. Then you have a very clear focus that, okay, yes, what is out there informs me that this is what is happening. But with qualitative or through qualitative, I can also have different dynamics of it. And then you go in for your mixed method, you understand? Yeah, so you always have to literature review, read. And that tells us that we cannot quantify the number of, materials that we have to read. For my students, I will tell them, before you start, you need to read not less than 150 articles, over 20 books, 10 theories. Just read, given your interest, and that will guide you as to what is the debate and how is it even done within your area, and that will guide you to know whether I'm going the Miss Method, or sometimes you don't even know the Miss Method because some people are saying Miss Method, and then you also fall in and you start Miss Method. And what type of Miss Method? And usually during defense, when you ask them, what specific Miss Method design are you using here? And then yeah. So please, we need to always read. Why? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank all of you very much. Sometimes students get confused with Miss Method and triangulation. Within qualitative, you can triangulate. Within quantitative, you can triangulate. So these are things you need to learn. Thank you all very much, my panel members. Very educative, very insightful discussions, and we hope to call you again for you to help us so that as a postgraduate student, leader of postgraduate students, the postgraduate students will be happy. And this is a very beautiful period when you attend the postgraduate conference, this session. Thank you all very much for your contributions, and we appreciate you so much. Thank you too for your questions and for listening. We want to draw the curtain on this panel discussion on conducting impactful research, step-by-step approach. Thank you.
Please just be here for a photograph, the panel members. As what is the photographer? Preparing to take the photograph. Please, you're going to have opportunity to ask as many questions as possible tomorrow. We have a research clinic, and the main idea is that some solutions to them. So tomorrow, panel discussion is going to be, it's not going to be the panel speaking. It will be your turn. The panel will be there to listen to you, to ask all your questions. So just keep the questions that you have for tomorrow. General research question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mrs. Sela and your team for the wonderful work done. We are very grateful. Please kindly give them a hand of applause for us. So, our colleagues, so that's how it's gonna be. We will break for some 10 minutes for lunch, after which we will move to the various places for the oral presentation. The first section, every student who has a presentation has 10 minutes. I know by now the team is ready waiting for you to present and then critique and also get your other colleagues to learn from it. There are 5 venues for us. The first group will be in the So the first group will be in this room. That is the new auditorium if you have the program. And then we have the new building room 1, just at the top there. They are already there set. So those who are presenting in that section, kindly go there. The chair and his team are waiting for you. Then we have the second group going to the SRC pavilion, just opposite the auditorium. We would expect it to be there. Then FASME conference room is just up there. That is for the fourth group. So their hands and the people are also there waiting for
so that we're able to start on time. Kindly go for your lunch and then join the sessions. Thank you. I've been your MC, Professor Mrs. Janice Juma Abraham. Thank you. Please, we are picking the line from where you had your snack.
Say impact in terms of practical policy and then future research, as the findings seeks to integrate stress screening and then counseling into its practice among these health workers to be able to manage these hypertensive conditions. And to also, in terms of policy, it helps to also support the Ghana Health Service non-communicable disease strategy that is towards low mortality decline rates among these population. And then also future research, this will also help as a baseline for more rigorous interventional trials. And then also the conceptual framework. We have a direct relationship established between stress itself and the quality of life domain. The stress is conceptualized as a self-appraisal of these severe life stresses, which is family burden, financial difficulties, and then loneliness, work pressure as well. However, the influence of this stress, which is self-appraisal of severity of life stresses, and then a direct impact on well-being is further modified or magnified by moderators such as demographics, clinical and coping mechanisms, provided they exist. And then also, the study area was Mampong municipality. The research design used was cross-sectional mixed method, specifically the convergent parallel mixed method, where qualitative findings or data were further triangulated with quantitative, and so through focus group discussion and in-depth interview from health workers. And then also for quantitative instrument, in terms of the data collection, perceived stress scale of 10 items was used, and then WHO quality of life brief version, which summarized all the construct of 4 domains, which is physical, psychological, social, and then environmental. And then we have the stressor checklist, which sums up the chronic index. And then also the sample size for the entire study was 340 with initial sample of 306, with a proportional allocation among 3 selected facilities, namely Mampong Government Hospital, Kofi Ase Health Center, and then Calvary Clinic. And then also systematic sampling was applied proportionally. And then for the instrument, they were pre-tested. And then each were consistent and reliable. Data analysis tools were SPSS and NVivo 14. Participants of 340, only 320 were reached, summing up 94.1%. And then each of the analysis per objective, we have chi-square test for the first level of stress, and then Friedman mean ranking, multivariate logistic regression, and then we have qualitative section, which we use reflexive thematic analysis, specifically the deductive approach using Bronze and Clark's approach. And then results and discussion. So the profile of hypertensive individuals shows that most of the individuals were above 70 years, and then also most were females from rural areas with low income and then less educational background. And then also, in terms of the stress levels, among these individuals, the stress levels and then each of the category of these demographics differed significantly, except that of religion, which depict a higher vulnerability of stress among these elderly, 51.8%, unemployed, and then rural poor groups. This marginal prevalence shows that among this aged population, it is due to the fact that aging often reduces the health status, and hence the ability for an individual to cope with stress often declines. Also, among these unemployed individuals, it is due to the fact that most cannot go about purchasing their own medications and then giving out the best resources, provided financial instability exists. And then with literature backing it from Spree et al., where chronic psychosocial stress among these aged has been linked with poor hypertension management. And then with the Friedman mean ranking, among all these life stresses, it shows that these stresses, in terms of severity of how they exist among these groups, they differed significantly, as shown. And then financial being ranked first, work-related pressure. With these stresses, it differs from the already existing literature, which has the clinical implications or clinical stresses being the highest, known as medication side effect and then fear of disease worsening. However, our study had an alternative where financial difficulties existed or ranked first. This shows that quite often we should consider the means of the pocket of the individual and how to cope, and then suggest better, meaningful approach than just considering the disease. And then also, we have the association between stress and quality of life. Stress as a component had a decline on each of these domain-specific quality of life, and hence, an increase in 1 unit of stress had a lower logistic regression in terms of how they influence this quality of life. So 1 unit increase in stress had a lowered quality of life for physical, psychological, and social, and then environmental. Whilst the others were significant partially. This signifies that stress affects not only the person or the disease itself. However, it transcends beyond that to the borders of the individual, including the environment. And then also the qualitative findings, which converge at 95%, the stresses included financial difficulty, as most narratives indicated that most had to pay school fees and add up to paying what? Their medication and hospital bills. And then also systemic barriers, which is not often indicated, also showed that most drugs were not available in the facilities and they had to force a purchase outside or stock out purchases. And then also most were not able to cope with their activities due to the fact that they have lost energy within the period. And then the limitations were that most of the studies were conducted within the Mampo municipality, and then secondly relied on self-reported data, and then also additional clinical data or indicators that were to be considered were not considered, which includes the disease severity and then duration of the disease. And then for conclusion, it is worth noting that the burden of hypertension remains uneven within this marginal population, and then with socio-economic vulnerability showing how patients experience daily life with the condition. Living with hypertension is strongly influenced by the stress itself and the life circumstances in which they live. Poor quality of life reflects a broader pattern of inequality in health experience. In conclusion, hypertension is understood as biopsychosocial condition influenced by context of the study, stress, and then the social structure. The recommendations are that the Mampo Municipal Health Directorate and the faith-based organizations should extend treatment beyond medication and then integrate stress and psychosocial care into hypertension or non-communicable diseases. And then for practice, there is the need to include routine stress screening and counseling in hypertension care. Most importantly, Usted as an institution based for a more rigorous longitudinal study, since stress is known theoretically as transactional and then it changes with time. Thank you. Hypertension. Hypotension is a lower level of blood pressure in the sense that when there is lower level of diffusion of the blood inside the vessels. Yes. Yes, please. Yes, please. All right.
I'm asking you about the distribution of the sample. Did
Yes,
you use
please.
proportional or disproportional?
Yes, proportional location. Yes, please.
So how did you come by? Yeah.
Yes, please. So the total population is already known from the Municipal Health Directorate. And then so for each category of the facilities, it is also known. So a total of that.
What do you mean by it is known?
I mean the data already exists within the records of the Municipal Health Directorate.
Which data?
I mean the total cases of hypertensive conditions. Yes, they exist within each of the mentioned facilities, and hence with the sample size. Yes, please. So with the sample size known from each of the health facilities, and then the total population of cases from each facilities, a further division was made, and then the proportions were allocated.
Which further division? Because
Please,
Mampong Hospital is bigger.
Yes,
Kofia say it's not comparable to Mampong.
Yes, please.
Municipal facility.
Yes.
So how did you? That's what I want to know. With the 306 or is it 340?
Exactly.
Good.
So as shown, Mampong Government Hospital has total cases as at the time of conducting the study. That is 1,090. Kofiase, that is 95, and then Calvary 110, depicting on equal distribution. And then when it comes to the proportions, knowing very well that the total proportion or sample size was 340, and then the total sample population was 1,090, 1,295. Yes, the total of all, including all the three facilities. So for Mampong Government Hospital, we have the 1,090, which is the total for the facility, as against the total against all summed, times the final sample size after 10% adjustment. That gives a proportion estimate. So we have 2A6, 25, 29 distribution.
Good. It's okay. What about the qualitative? How many people took part in the qualitative?
So for the qualitative, 3 focus group discussion with 6 to 8 patients in each facility, and then 4 in-depth interview consisting of health workers alone.
Why did you interview health workers?
Yes, please. I needed a further triangulation or voice out from this individual. You know, the
stress is a personal experience. How
Yes.
will a health worker assess my stress? How will the health worker speak about my stress?
Yes.
When the person is not experiencing it?
Yes. So in terms of that, we have objective perception. That is the reason why we consider the perceptions. However, it can also be related to external factors, which can be known. That is the reason why the study also emphasized on the major life stresses. So these individuals often show that anytime they come to the hospital, per their interactions, so they know better in terms of context.
That when they come to the hospital, they are perceived to be stressed?
For the perception, a validated instrument was used, but per their interactions day in, day out, in terms of stock out medications and everything, their transport and everything, not covering, not the for health insurance, not covering everything and cost, they are able to tell the major factors or the major stressor that exist among these individuals, and they stated that it's economically, yes, burdensome to these individuals.
So the health workers could tell me or could tell you that it is financial?
No, and their statement was not taken as a whole, but it was further triangulated with whatever we had from, or the researcher had from this patient themselves. And we could tell that it's aligned strictly with that, since they also voiced out major stressor as financial burden and not just the disease complication as in the severity or the medication issues and then disease worsening, as often known in different studies. Yes, please.
Because you see, you were talking about your findings being predominantly rural.
Yes, please.
Majority, but already Kofiasi is rural. So?
Yes, Kofiasi in the context can be rural, but then the main facility in context, that is the main municipal hospital itself is not rural. However, we can link it up to the fact that most of them have access to the government hospital and they come in there for care due to the often clinical routine checkups. That often happens on Tuesdays at Mampong Government Hospital. So it can be attributed to that, and then hence the skewed distribution.
Thank you very much, Prof. The skewness, what shows that the data is skewed? Or you are just telling us the chi-squared is...
Yes, for the data, it is skewed. Yes, that it was first.
Any other question from Mr. Dako? All right.
Yes, for several aspects of the data, it was further tried and tested. For instance, the categorization of the aging and everything, I first tried the mean and everything and then tested for that. But with the continuous data, I saw that instead of me to try the mean, I could have considered the median as well So hence, I decided to just categorize them.
I noticed you came out with conceptual framework.
Yes, please.
Why didn't you use any theory on stress? Hansel stress theory.
So
Wouldn't it have been used
the
then?
adapted theory for this study is proposed by Folkman and Lazarus, 1984. Yes, stress and reduction coping mechanism, which summarizes this.
But I didn't see it here.
Yes, please. It was included. However, it was taken out per concession with my professor due to the fact that a probable question might pop up on hypothesis
That's what I'm
testing.
asking. So why didn't you bring the theory?
Yes, since the theory goes beyond just these factors. So we can have the stress, we can have the quality of life, but the theory itself has certain factors as well, such as the coping, which was not tested in this study. Hence, if I'm deciding to include this in the presentation, what if I'm proved with a question? Did you test a hypothesis?
You see, the issue is that you have some constructs that were related here. So you could have taken the constructs that didn't relate here. So that's why I'm wondering. So while sitting there, I was asking, is there no any stress theory that is so suited for this study? And you use Lazarus.
Yes.
Good. So you could have taken out those constructs that were not related here and discussed the others.
All right.
So that if you're afraid of a question, you are rather paralyzing the study. Now let's go to your main topic.
All right.
And finally I'll land.
All right.
Forgive me, I'm a nurse, so.
Okay, I also have a nursing background, so.
Yes, and now stress-induced. This is a stress-induced effect on quality of life.
Yes.
Of the quality of life among hypertensive in Asante Mampong.
Yes,
so
please.
it gave me you did selected facilities. So I was thinking that you could have put the word selected facilities.
Okay.
So that it will be the way. So I was like, hey, the whole Asante Mampong municipal. That's what your topic actually portrays.
Yes, please.
So if you can have the selected health facility, so that we'll know that you didn't even go to the market. You didn't go to the street, you went to the hospitals.
So, Prof, it's a facility-based study.
Good. So that should be shown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dako. And should we also thank your professor? Because
Thank
the
you very
name
much, Prof.
here is only Godfrey Dako. But when questions are asked, you kept referring to a professor, my professor, my professor. Well,
Prof.
thank you. Take your seat. It's not yet over. Thank you very much. No, you can. Yeah, there's a seat for you. Yeah, it's a professional. You've done well. So from hypertensive research work, we move on to Madam Hannah Amia. Let's give her a clap as she comes to present to us a discourse analysis. Madam, we have 10 minutes to. Others, the suggestion has come that we allow them to finish presentation and then we jot our questions down, or should we give them back the question as they present? Which one do you prefer? Okay, definitely. Then let's keep writing our questions down. Madam, over to you. You have 10 minutes.
Okay. Hello.
Hi.
I'm Hannah Meya from University of Education, Uniba, and I'm here to present on cohesive devices in political speeches, an analysis of Bola Ahmed.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for some inconvenience sake. We'll rather fall on and call on Mchibo Siakon Aida. She'll be doing a discourse analysis of discourse manners in Muhammad's State of the Nations address. Is Aida here? Mchibo Siakon, okay. All right. It's in the foot of. That's great. I'm going to discuss and the politician. All right. Yeah.
Do I have to wait for it to be displayed first, or I start? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ida Entry Boisiako from the University of Education, Winneba, doing MEd English. And I'm presenting on the topic, an analysis of discourse markers in Muhammad's 2026 State of the Nations Address. This is my first time though, so I'm a little nervous, but I'll try my best. Yeah. Okay, so I'll start with the background of the study and the definition of discourse markers to begin with. Discourse markers are words or short phrases, for example, however, therefore, furthermore, that organize and connect speeches or talks or texts, guiding the listener without adding much factual content. Usually discourse markers are like connectives. They help listeners to know how the speech is going, how it connects to each other, and other things. So going on with the background, political speeches are carefully crafted to inform, persuade, and inspire. Discourse markers guide listeners. They signal where the speaker is going, like I said earlier, when a contrast is made, and when a conclusion is drawn. This is from Schifrin, 1987, and then Fraser, 1999. President John Dramani Mahama delivered the SONA on 27 February 2026 to Ghana's 9th Parliament. Now, the theme of the SONA was building prosperity, restoring hope, covering the economy, agriculture, education, health, infrastructure, and foreign policy. Oh, sorry. Now, moving on to the purpose and research questions that inform my study. The first purpose is identify and analyze the types, frequency, and functions of discourse markers in the SONA, like mentioned earlier. The second one is evaluate their rhetorical and ideological implications in political communication. When a political personality is making a speech like this, how does these discourse markers inform what they want to portray to the learners, the audience or the readers? Now, to my research questions. The first one that I came up with was, what type of discourse markers does Mahama use in the speech? And the second one is, what functions do they perform in the speech? Moving on, I looked at a few literature review on that and came up with these scholars also discussing similar topics in relation to discourse markers. Ejewusi Mensah and Oko had something to say, and all these other scholars. I wouldn't go into detail with that. Now, to the research design and methodology. This data was 54 pages test that I selected to use for my research. I use qualitative research design using a textual analysis of selection accepts, and this study makes use of purposive sampling. I purposively decided to use Miami speech and then look out for the discourse markers that were used to convey his information. Now, the markers identified using Schifrin as criteria, then grouped into 4 categories from Fraser's 1999. So I used 3 frameworks, but these 2 were merged to bring out my findings. Now, the analysis focuses on meaning and function and not on just counting the discourse markers that I found individually. Moving on to my theoretical framework. The first one, like I said, I use Schifrin's the discourse coherence framework, and this posits that markers are sequentially dependent elements that bracket units of speech or talk. Then I'll go to Fraser's concept or approach. That one too is the pragmatic marker framework, which posits that discourse markers are a subcategory of pragmatic markers. Then the last one that I inculcated in my research was from Blakemore, the reverse relevance theoretic approach. It posits that discourse markers or discourse connectives guide the, please, it's very unclear for me. I don't know if you can help me with that. I didn't want it big, I just wanted it clearer. Okay. Thank you. So I'm continuing with that. I knew that definitely I'll be asked that why did I choose 3 different theoretical frameworks. So I brought about the gap between these theories. They bring about different ideas that needed to be looked at in my research. So I brought it out that Schifrin's model centers on naturally occurring conversations and scripted monologic political speech, with Fraser's typology classifies markers precisely, but says little about the audience cognition and persuasion. And then Blakemore's explained listener inference, but was not built with political rhetoric or power in mind. So that is why I chose these 3 different frameworks. Now going on to my findings and discussions. The first research question, which is what type of discourse markers does Mahama use in the 2026 SONA? I came up with these 4 using my theories. The elaborative, contrastive, inferential, and then topic shifting discourse markers. We would find out what they do and its functions going forward. Going on to the elaborative. If we talk about elaborative discourse markers, we are talking about discourse markers that are used to add information. So like I've written over there, it's the most frequently used one in the analysis as observed, like furthermore and in addition were repeated in the economic section or to pile on supporting evidence. Like I said, adding on. Then indeed also was very much used, appears at key moments. Key moment, for example, Ghana is back, adding emphasis and emotional weight that can be supported by Blakemore's 2002. Now, contrastive discourse markers. When we talk about discourse markers that are contrastive, they show opposite ideas or give contrasting ideas. For example, however, and yet, let Mahama acknowledge difficulty without accepting blame. Please, I can't see that side. Okay. For example, we inherit an economy in severe crisis. However, our resolve never wavered, showing that he's contrasting his ideas, making him look very substantial, and his ideas are well communicated. I'm moving on to the next ones. The inferential markers. The inferential markers help us to draw out reasons out of information. So if you see a person using an inferential discourse marker, like Mahama did, it means they're trying to draw reasons and conclusions out of something. For example, therefore, consequently, were used to present outcomes and policies and decisions as the logical result of prior facts. This makes governance appear rational and evidence-based. So these are examples that I picked up from the excerpts, and there are pages right there. I would read one, but it's not very legible to me, so I would move on to the next one. The last point that I found was topic shifting markers. I found about 60 plus, Mr. Speaker, repeated several times. Topic shifting markers, discourse markers that are used to introduce a different idea altogether. And Mahama used that a lot of times in his speech, making it very important for him to move quickly from one topic to another, not staying on one topic for too long, and it made his speech very relevant. In conclusion, discourse markers in the 2026 SONA do far more than just connecting, because I already mentioned that discourse markers are connectives, but here we see that it gives more importance to political speeches and gives audience more than just connection in the speeches. They build arguments, signal contrast, draw conclusions, and organize a long, complex speech in a coherent whole. These are the references that I got from my research. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam, and to go somewhere
Ida.
down, take your seats.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Please write down your questions and contributions when the time is due. We now call on Mr. Samuel Kwaku working.
The lady who came has a work not been uploaded.
No, so, okay, that lady before. It's Hannah. Hannah, is your work now loaded?
Oh, they said they have uploaded it.
Okay, then let's hold on and, yeah, let's welcome rather Madam Hannah Ameya. Go and check if it is done.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Hannah Mia from the University of Education, Winneba, and I'm here to present on cohesive devices in political speeches, an analysis of Bola Ahmed's address at John Dramani Mahama's swearing in 2025. Okay. So, the study is grounded in Halliday and Hassan's 1976 theory of cohesion. And the aim of this article is to identify the types of cohesive devices that Bola Ahmed used and how they function communicatively to audience. And also, the research gap is that many researchers did their research on essays, newspapers, and others, but they didn't look at cohesive devices in political speeches. So I decided to look at that. And even those who did that didn't look at the communicative function of that. So I tried to identify the types and also look at the communicative functions. Then the research questions. The research questions. The first one is, what types of cohesive devices are employed in borderless speech? Then the second one, how do cohesive devices function communicatively to audience? Then we move on to the literature review. I did a lot of literature review, but I couldn't bring all of them here. There are some researchers who looked at Mohammed's speech, looking at the types of cohesive devices that were employed. And others also look at Donald Trump's speech. They also did the same. So looking at this, I also decided to use borderless speech. Now, when we talk about cohesive devices, we are just talking about the glue that binds sentences together so that the sentence will not look like a random sentence, and they will communicate to individuals, either a reader or a listener. So whenever there is a political speech, politicians try to communicate to their audience. And how do they do that? They do that by using the cohesive devices. Now, Halliday and Hassan said that before a text can make meaning, one part has to depend on the other. So due to that, they identify 5 types of cohesive devices. So they have the reference, substitution, ellipsis, conjunction, and lexical cohesion. And under this, they put them into 2 categories. So we have the grammatical cohesion, which is made up of the reference, substitution, ellipsis, and conjunction. Then we have the lexical, collocation, and reiteration. Now, the theoretical framework. As I said, I use Halliday and Hassan because they are the father of cohesive devices or cohesion. And I also use reference, substitution, ellipsis, conjunction, reiteration, and collocation because they were the dominant cohesive that were used. Now, the methodology. Qualitative research case was adopted and purposive sampling technique was employed in selecting the speech. So here I use qualitative research design, and I intentionally selected this particular test because it was unique. Since the speech was coming from a different president, then I also retrieved the official transcript from Nigeria World website, and I validated it from YouTube, that is Joy News YouTube. Then thematic discourse analysis was also employed. So I decided to put all the things that Bola Ahmed said into topics or into themes and analyzed all of them. And before I did that, I broke all the sentences into, all the text into sentences so that I was able to identify the types that were used and how they communicate or they communicated to audience. Now the results and discussion. Here I realized that though Halliday and Hassan identified 5 types, with the grammatical cohesion, I realized that only conjunction and substitution, only conjunction and reference were used. They were the dominant cohesives that were used under the grammatical cohesion. And these are some of the things I found. So with the reference, I found out that there was an excerpt saying, we will lift our nations out of poverty and build strong and resilient economies for our people. So as we move ahead, we'll look at the meaning. Then we also have conjunction. So with the grammatical, we have conjunction and reference. Then the sun is out and the sky may be blue, but I see today a black star rising high in the African sky. That is another text depicting conjunction. So here there is a use of and but. Please. Then the lexical cohesion. Yes, reiteration and collocation. So with the reiteration, he used repetition. So here we have Your Excellency, President of Republic of Ghana. So Your Excellency, President of Republic of Ghana is a repetitive phrase. So you talk about that later. Okay. So now, we are now coming to look at how those cohesive devices were employed communicatively. So the first one, we have constructing shared African identity. So we will lift our nation out of poverty and build strong and resilient economies for our people. So here, he is putting himself in Ghana's shoe. So he is saying that I am part of you. We are all Africans. We are all Ghanaians. Whilst he is here, he is also part of Ghanaians. So whenever Ghana fails, he will also fail. Nigeria will fail, and the entire continent will fail. So he is using this cohesive to talk about patriotism. Then the second point is managing interpersonal and diplomatic relations. And as we have the extracts there, so here he is telling Ghanaians to be diplomatic. We have to be polite in whatever we say, because he said, today I am here as a president of Nigeria, but also an African. So he is down to the earth. Though he is a president, he still sees himself as an African. So whatever Africans do, he must also partake in. So here he's telling the audience, he's telling us that whatever happens within our environment, we have to see ourselves as Africans. Then organizing rhetorical structure. The sun is here and the sky may be blue. So here he was just using symbolism to depict what will happen. Though we see Africans as ordinary, so he's saying that though things are not in good terms, but a time will come that everything will be well with us. Then the next one, he was reinforcing ideological themes. So whatever he says, he was trying to repeat them so that Africans or Ghanaians would know that he was much particular about whatever he's saying. So Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Ghana. So the Excellency is referring to the same person. So he repeated this to emphasize that he is much particular. He's talking to the President of Ghana. However, we Ghanaians must also see to it that we Ghanaians or Africans must also do the same. Okay. Okay, so in conclusion, whatever we are saying here is that cohesive devices are not just binding materials for text. They also communicate, they inform, they tell us to be unified because they connect sentences. The same way, if you bring it down to our lives, we have to also portray unity, diplomacy, and others. Thank you.
while we fall on discipline. No, for now, we have Samuel Kakubwadu. Samuel, yeah, the mathematician. You have 10 minutes. That's what you're for.
Hello. Please, good afternoon. Please, I'm Samuel Koku Bodu, final year PhD candidate mathematics. I'm here to present a paper which has been published in the K1 journal, Frontiers in Education, supervised by Professor Francis Ohene Boateng and Reverend Dr. Benjamin Duobe. So let's move from politics to mathematics. Now, I'm to present on modeling student interest in mathematics, the role of self-efficacy, mathematics anxiety, cultural societal perception, and relevance of mathematics. Mathematics is fundamental to academic achievement, professional development, and national socio-economic growth. This was said by Greta 2018. A study by Abbott and Norrie 2023 emphasized that self-efficacy and relevance of mathematics has a positive influence in student interest in mathematics. Mazana 2019 also make emphasis that socio-cultural practice also have effect on student attitude and performance in mathematics. However, Vikovic 2023 made emphasis that mathematics anxiety diminishes student interest in studying mathematics. Upon several review of the literature, it can be seen that student interest in mathematics is interrelated by self-efficacy, mathematics anxiety, cultural and social perceptions, and relevance of mathematics. Now, problem statement. Despite the recognized importance of mathematics, students in College of Education have low interest or interest is unsatisfactory. This was said by Amprofo 2019. Now, the challenge of identifying how self-efficacy, student mathematics anxiety, cultural and societal perceptions, and relevance of mathematics, whereby they will interact to influence student interest in mathematics, remain under explore, or little has been done on that. Now, this can be done by using modeling analysis, and this was done by statistical modeling student interest in mathematics, and this was based on the existing theory. And the purpose of the study was to model the influence of the 4 predictive variables on student interest in the mathematics as dependent variable. And this is the research hypothesis. It was hypothesized that self-efficacy has a direct positive influence on student interest in mathematics, and the equation is follows. And the second one is H2. Mathematics anxiety has a negative effect on student interest in mathematics. H3, cultural and societal perception have a direct positive effect on student interest in mathematics. And 4, that is H4 hypothesis 4, relevance of mathematics has a direct positive influence or effect in student interest in mathematics. And the equations are there. And the literature review, it was done in 4 parts: theoretical review, empirical review, the conceptual review, and conceptual framework. So the theories underpinning the study was social, that was by Bandura 2002, social cognitive theory, and then social cultural theory, that is Vygotsky 2012. And then the construct was reviewed under the following references. That is self-efficacy, Abidjanori, mathematics, anxiety, Vygotsky, culture, type, perception, Mazana, and then relevance of mathematics, Cahill, and the student interest was Bodu and Boatin 2024. And these are the empirical studies which was reviewed, gaps found, and the present was conducted. And this is the conceptual framework. That is a diagrammatic representation of the construct. So the SEE is the self-efficacy, MAA is the mathematics anxiety, the CSP, that is the cultural and societal perceptions, and the REM, that is the relevance of mathematics, be noted that as the key terms. So these 4 predictive variables will have influence on SIM, that is the student interest in the mathematics. And then anxiety was depicted as a negative influence based on the conceptual framework. And there is the methodology. The study was conducted in 2 colleges of education in Kumasi. And the philosophical paradigm was epistemology. The research paradigm was positivism because it's a quantitative study. And the approach was quantitative method. The design was descriptive survey. The population was 1,203 pre-service teachers, and the sample size was 300, and it was done on Yamin's formula. That by simple, the small n is equal to capital N, that is the population over 1 plus NE squared, with E 5 error of significance, and 300 was obtained through Yamin's formula. And then the technique was used that used multi-stage sampling. Stratify was used to group the 2 colleges education to department, and then simple random was used for the selection without being biased. And then data correction instrument was used on structured questionnaire based on the 5 validated instruments from strongly disagreed to strongly agreed. And then the reliability was also assessed using Comblas Alpha. According to Brody and Bott in 2024, a reliability should be 0.7 or more, and all the construct met the threshold. And validity was also assessed for the content, construct, convergent, and discriminant validity, which will be explained in the analysis. And this is the demographics of the study based on the students. And this is the EFA, that is exploratory factor analysis. After descriptive analysis was done, I proceeded to EFA, that is exploratory factor analysis, to identify the observables, whether they loaded on their respective construct, and this is the results. And based on the EFA, interest in mathematics. And research question 2 was relationship between mathematics anxiety and student interest in mathematics. They found that mathematics anxiety has a negative influence on student interest, and it was supported by Vikovic et al. 2023, and then the conclusion. Okay. So it was concluded that mathematics, it was concluded that self-efficacy, culture and societal perception, relevance of mathematics all has a positive influence in mathematics. However, mathematics anxiety has a negative and insignificant influence on student interest in mathematics. And recommendation. Mathematics teachers should patronize the pedagogical approaches that enhance perceived relevance through authentic application and real-world problem. This will reduce the anxiety. And also, the curriculum paper should begin materials that mathematically build self-efficacy. Increasing self-efficacy will reduce mathematics anxiety. And then limitation.
Thank you very much.
Okay. You are welcome, Prof.
The next person is, I've taken over from Prof. He's also going to do something else, so you join us later. Menstrual waste disposal practices among senior high school students in the South Dai district. Josephine.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Josephine Nyato, and I'm presenting on menstrual waste disposal practices among senior high school students in the South Dine District, Ghana. I'll be taking you through the background of the study, through to my methods, then to my conclusions and recommendations. So, according to UNICEF, approximately 1.8 billion women worldwide menstruate. And among this number, 300 million of these women are in the Sub-Saharan Africa. And Cortez et al. Pointed that these women prefer using disposable pads to their reusable menstrual products. But Core et al. Established that there is poor infrastructure and waste management system issues among, in the schools or in the senior high schools. So what's the problem? Adolescent girls face significant challenges in choosing their menstrual products and also safe disposal practices. In Ghana, it was found that the methods used by these women to dispose of their menstrual pads are burning, burying, flushing down the toilet, and even open dumping. Inadequate menstrual waste disposal practices increases increases absenteeism among senior high school students or among students, but very little knowledge is known or very little studies is being done in the boarding schools. Why? Because emphasis is being placed on knowledge, stigma, and practices on in menstrual hygiene. This brings us down to our objective. The study assessed menstrual waste disposal practices in the senior high school students in the Southern District, and also it explored the attitude towards reusable menstrual products among these students. Our specific objective one is to describe the method that has been used to dispose of their products. And also, the second objective is to find out the mode that influenced them to dispose of their parts the way they do. And our third objective is to explore the attitude towards the reusable menstrual products. So to justify, the study adds to existing evidence that there is inadequate waste management infrastructure for menstrual waste disposal in senior high schools. And also, the study provides evidence to bridge the awareness gap and acceptability of reusable menstrual products among students. So these were some of the literatures that were reviewed. How was the study done? The study was conducted among senior high school students. And these students, we took female students who has attained menarche and from first year to third years. Okay. So the study design that was employed was a phenomenological qualitative study. A purposive sampling was done among the students. And also we use advertisement recruitment strategy to recruit our participants. So with the study used a focus group discussion and an index interview. With the focus group discussion, 2 focus group discussion was done each in each school. And in these groups, we had 8 participants each in one group. After that, we did an in-depth interview for student leaders in each school. The focus group discussions were homogeneous. Privacy was ensured, as well as privacy was ensured where we conducted the study in a separate classroom void of distractors, teachers, and other colleagues. The focus group discussion took 40 to 45 minutes, whereas the interview took 10 to 15 minutes. With data analysis, a descriptive statistic was done. After we did a thematic analysis using the deduce software, coding was done based on the emerged from the data itself. So with the ethical considerations, ethical approval was gained from the university, and also we went to the schools, or the school authorities, to also gain their approval before we conducted these studies. Informed consent was also taken from the students. Confidentiality was ensured, and also we made the students aware that it's voluntary. So with our results, with the descriptive analysis, we found that 18-year-old students emerging the highest with 35%. With the ethnicity, Ghana students emerged the highest with 49%, followed by the Eves 39%. With the religion, Christianity emerged highest with 96%. Among the class groups, Form 3s emerged the highest, followed by the Form 1s and the Form 2s. With the ethnicity, with the programs, with the programs, General Arts emerged the highest with 49%, followed by Home Economics, and Visual Arts coming as the lowest. So with our objective 1, we found that students mostly either burn their pad, bury it, or throw it into the toilet. And it came out that they prefer throwing their pads into the toilet. Why? Because no one can access their pads when it's being thrown into the KVIP, because they fear of ritualists, so they prefer throwing their parts into the toilet. What influenced their mode of the methods they use? The first one is fear of ritualists. The second is peer pressure or peer influence. The third is schools infrastructure. And the last one is social and family influence. So due to the poor school infrastructure for menstrual waste disposal, students tend to use or dispose of their pads not hygienically because of the fear of ritualists. So these were just some pictures that we took from the facilities, the schools that we went to. So with the last objectives, we found that students presume that reusable menstrual products are unhygienic, they are old-fashioned, they are not comfortable. Also, some prefer to use the reusable products due to curiosity and also the fear that they will stain when using the reusable menstrual products. So with our discussion, the study reveals that students prefer to use the disposable pads, which was consistent with Kumbini et al. And Ramsey et al.'s study. Also, the methods that they used were also consistent with Roxburgh and Carlson's et al. And in Ghana, it was consistent with Bobo et al. And Apia Ayikum et al.'s study. Some cultural practices, some cultures prioritize secrecy over appropriate disposal because menstrual blood is perceived to be filthy. This was also found in our study where the students disposed their pads into the toilet rather than disposing it the proper way. Students present not comfortable using. Okay. So in conclusion, there is a complex interplay between socio-cultural beliefs, inadequate social infrastructure, peer influence, and persuasive menstrual stigma, which brings about the way they dispose of their parts. The persistent fear of ritualists also brought about the secretive way of disposing of their pads. While reusable menstrual products offer environmental and economic benefits, their adoption remains severely low because of multiple barriers that we found. Affirmative actions need to be taken, which brought us to our recommendation. We recommend that the school management should target infrastructure and facility upgrades. Also, there should be educational messages targeting the students, their parents, and also the teachers. And lastly, funds should be allocated towards the facilities for menstrual waste disposal practices.
questions for them. The mathematician is here. The political discourse individuals are here. And then we have the health, menstrual waste disposal, and then as for the first one, we are done with him. Good. So please, questions for them. Yes. Please, yes, any other, so that we take them together. Please, yeah. Can you come? Hello? Yeah. Hello? Are you referring?
Hello.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. The impact, connectives, and words in our speeches. If care is not taken, we will not know its relevance and its importance in such speeches until a study is done on it. And with the research that I did, I realized that it helps connect. It helps give out topic changes. It brings out inferences from the test, and sometimes even helps to bring out contrastive ideas that the president gave to the audience. So to me, I say specifically because I saw it as a very relevant part, an important study to look at. Okay, it will help. Okay. So with young politicians or anyone that intends to give a speech, it will help you to organize your test very well for sequencing and everything. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Cohesive actually connects sentences together. So, as I was explaining, I related it to real life. Whenever there is a cohesion, it means that they are joining two parts of sentences together. So, it is communicating to us as individuals to also learn to be unified and also be diplomatic, because there are some cohesive devices that depict diplomacy, unity, and others. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for the question. So, you were asking what was new or something? Okay, so in our study, we looked at the disposable practices, but mostly menstrual hygiene, they focus more on stigma, knowledge, practice, and the likes. But we were looking at after the people have used the pad, where then are you telling us, or where then are you telling them to go and dispose it of? So we went into the boarding schools. Okay, so in our study, we found out that students use secretive ways to dispose of their menstrual pads. Whereas in Gbogbo et al. Study, they made mention that they fear ritualists, but they dispose of their pads openly in the public, or like open dumping. Some just drop it in the toilet. Instead of putting it inside the hole, they just place it beside the hole or scatter it around. So in our study, they said they fear ritualists. Yes, and they place their pad inside the pit so that no one can access it and use their pads for rituals. Yes.
Okay, please, let me answer your question. We have mathematical modeling and we have educational modeling. For the educational model that I use structural equation modeling. That one, you name the equations, but you not use to solve the question. I also have a paper on the mathematical model. That one, you use the SI modeling. That was the one you were talking about. As for the SI model, you use it to solve the problem. But this for educational model, we don't use it in solving such a problem. Thank you.
Thank all of you very much for responding to the questions. Are we done? It seems we have exhausted them. Next group, please. Yeah. Oh, you are thanking me to go. I had a lot of questions for her. Go. When you go, I will put it in my concluding remarks. Okay. Do you have a microphone there?
Hello.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. Yeah. We are presenting on the mother as oppressor, complicit motherhood and reproduction of patriarchy in, I want to say other things, tomorrow I become a woman. Please, let's go on. It was not, but now it is. Okay. Most traditional people have examined patriarchy as a system enforced by men. But sometimes we tend to forget that women can as well employ or show patriarchal values in their day-to-day lives. So, Lena 1986 and Warby 1990 talk about how the community, the system, the society that in which we live always say that men are the people who enforce patriarchal values. We go on to say that, but in other friends' case, other friend has made us see that it is not always men, but women also employ patriarchal values. So our study focused on, made a lot of studies have said that male domination and female oppression, most of the time they don't actually link it to the female. They always say that it is the male. So we examine the women or mothers as people who always show patriarchal values. So our literature has been done in a thematic way, and we are saying that patriarchy is an institutional, it is an institution, and always also systemic. Lena, Warby, and Sultana, 1986, 1990, and 2011, respectively, talk about this. And we also said that motherhood functions as a patriarchal institution. So mothers often transmitting patriarchal values, which is what Rich says in 1976. We also go on to say that Kijab, who also talk about the same thing in 2025. Women may also be simultaneously victims and agents of the same patriarchy. We are saying that patriarchy is something that are enforced by men. But our studies, the literature has also given us that women can also enforce patriarchal values.
Is it also presented?
Come again. I will hand over to them. Yes. Okay. So we are using two main theories. We are using two main theories to explain what we mean by mothers being oppressors to their own people and being enforcers of patriarchal values. We are using Dennis Candiotti's patriarchal bargain and Leslie Ogundipe's Stewanism from African feminism. Of the text, tomorrow I become a woman. So a close reading will be used to combine with the theories that we have mentioned. Please.
We grouped our findings into themes, and these themes relate to research questions and objectives. And the first one is the extent to which maternal adherence to patriarchal norms shapes their daughter's experience and choices. Now, this daughter we are talking about is Uju, and she's also the main character in the novel. Her mother sees a woman's worth and a woman's success. She equates it to marriage. So as a woman, no matter your intellect, no matter your achievements, if you are not married, it means you are a failure. That is how Uju's mother sees women. And this supports, we have evidence from the text, and it says that, will your professor marry you? It is my fault. I know I let you spend too much time with your brothers. Now you are thinking like a man, Uju. A woman should marry when the man is ready. And when a man is ready, he is ready. So as a woman, you don't have a choice according to Uju's mother. So when the man is ready, you have to also be ready. And this, we have Candioti 1988, who talks about, okay. Now the next finding talks about instruction in patriarchal femininity. And here, Uju's mother coaches Uju on how to be the man's favorite, who is the husband. And then the mother also talks about how Uju will become the best woman above the others. So, Uju, do this. Uju, you have to give birth. Uju, you have to perform your house chores as a woman. So when you do that, you become the man's favorite. Meanwhile, Uju is having her own goals and aspirations that she has to what? Achieve. But this is what the woman is saying, that you have to give birth, you have to do this before, so that you can become what? The man's favorite. And the test to support this evidence is that I was careful not to talk too much. Counting my sentences, I made sure to sound neither too smart nor threatening. It will keep other women away. The next one is, you now have to start thinking about children. We don't want your husband's relative for her happen to marry someone who is an abusive man. And Uju tries to say that you, my daughter, you are the one that is provoking your husband, which was not true. So this is an evidence from the test. I know you. You have always had a sharp tongue. Was it not you that Ikechuku used to beat every time when you were children? If you are thinking of living permanently, better remove that from your mind. You will not bring that kind of shame to this family. So instead of you to protect your daughter and give her comfort, you were trying to say that these are what? Patriarchal values.
Now, with the continuation of the thematic concerns that we raised in our study, it's entitled Enforced Return and Enforced Silence. Here, upon Uju being abused in a marriage, instead of the woman advising her daughter to come home and then save her from marital abuse, the woman rather pushes her back to the house of abuse in that marriage. So in the test, it is being backed by an evidence that do not quarrel. That's from Uju's mother. Do not quarrel with your husband. When he's angry, apologize. If you want to afford to embarrass him. So this is a mother, instead of him to be a passionate and then a sympathetic mother, she rather turns out to be a patriarchal enforcer by pushing the daughter back to that abusive marriage. Then another thematic concern that we raised from our study is intergenerational transmission of patriarchal values. Here, we focus on one character called Adaogo. She also is a victim of a wife who is being victimized in marriage. So here, instead of her being a mother out of experience, protecting her daughter Zena, she rather enforces the patriarchal values by curtailing the daughter's freedom and then measuring her daughter's worth only by marriage. And it is being supported by a quote. Nobody will see her walking on the streets like that and think she's a decent girl. People will say she's promiscuous, raising my children for the world I wanted, and not the one that we lived in. So here, this is another quote from a woman who is a patriarchal enforcer, instead of being a mother to her child. Okay. In conclusion, we came out that mothers occupy a dual position as being both a victim and an oppressors within patriarchal system. So as our study said, as our study says, sometimes patriarchal values are mostly seen by being enforced by men, but with our studies, mothers sometimes also perform.
Thank you. Anas and Co. Is it a sole presenter? All right. Is it a patriarchal study or matriarchal? All right.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm Engineer Smaila Mohammed from Construction and Wood Technology Department. And I'm here this evening to present to you my work titled Assessment of Pull-Out Bond Strength of Fired Concrete Reinforced with Fiberglass Fiber Reinforcement Bars under 2 concrete cover and temperature. My presentation will follow the presentation guideline as displayed on the screen. And I begin with the introduction. I think this. Oh, is it here? I think this still. I think the battery has. Okay. Okay, I think it has responded. So I begin with the introduction of my work, which says glass fiber has gained recognition in the construction industry, and Viva glass fiber has been recorded to be the current reinforcement bar used in the construction industry at the moment, and it is being used because of its numerous advantages in the construction industry. And this study seeks to look at its thermal resistance after the reinforced concrete is subjected to thermal temperature of 300 and 350 degrees Celsius. So in this study, we are going to look at in my problem statement, it is stated that glass fiber reinforcement bar has been used in so many construction projects in Ghana. And my project in figure 2 displays some of the construction projects that has been constructed in Ghana that employ the use of Viva glass fiber reinforcement bars. Therefore, the glass fiber reinforcement bars has uncertainty in the thermal resistance level, and for that matter, this study seeks to look at a thermal resistance of this glass fiber as used in the various projects in Ghana. In our fire in Ghana, we have several thermal conditions that these glass fibers are being used, and their property in terms of bonding strength related to thermal treatment need to be ascertained. These are various research literature that has been perused to establish gaps to underpin the research work. According to Kankam et al. 2025, they performed experimental work on the glass fiber, and the following gaps were established. Because of time factor, I will not be able to go through the various gaps. Watson et al. 2024 also established gaps, and all these literature also established tangible gaps in relating to the usage of glass fiber reinforcement bars. The study aimed to assess the residual pull-out strength test of this glass fiber under two temperatures and concrete cover. It has a temperature of 300 degrees Celsius and 350 degrees Celsius that were treated in the furnace for 45 minutes to examine its thermal resistance. So in this study, the objective seeks to evaluate its pull-out strength in M25 concrete strength, and objective 2 determines the impact of the cover in relating to the bar diameter. Then we analyze the failure mechanisms and look at its microstructure properties of the fired concrete together with the Viva glass fiber reinforcement bars. So the following are the research questions that are related to the objectives. And in this study, it is very significant in our building industry to get us more information on the thermal performance, the thermal resistance level of this very material. And it is being used in our various construction for tensile property in concrete. We all know that it is an established practice adopted to counteract the tensile property in concrete to be able to sustain the load we used in construction purposes. And these are the materials that are used in our study. We looked at the M25 concrete grid, and then we adopted the glass fiber, Viva glass fiber reinforcement bar, and then we prepared a concrete block of cylindrical and then 40 mm concrete cover. That has been put into furnace for thermal treatment. And this table 2 shown on the screen is the sampled details for the experimental work, and these are the samples that are picked for the various experimental works in the thermal resistance, pull-out, fire failure mechanisms, and the microstructure work. The equipment that is used to test the pull-out strength is the UTM, which is found at a laboratory, which is currently ineffective, and we are finding means to get additional ones for the test. So these are the various experimental methods, and it has been covered already. And then this is the material. This is an image of the current reinforcement bar in the system for usage to counteract tension in reinforced concrete members. And then I continue with these discussions as the work is in the process. And I conclude by saying that this work is expected to provide comprehensive thermal resistance formations on the Viva glass fiber reinforcement bar, so that when used in thermal prone areas, we will be very certain on its implications and contributions to the strength of the material. Then it will also serve as the guideline for the manufacturers such as the Viva and Co Ghana Limited in fire resistance process, and then the further stages can also be conducted on the slice strength test of the Viva glass fiber and steel reinforcement bars. Basically, this work seeks to replace the normal iron rod with glass fiber reinforcement bar in its various applications. I think I'll end here for my presentation. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we open the floor for 1 or 2 questions for the last 2 presenters. We have audience online, so there's only 1 question for the menstrual waste disposal. Are you here? Good. Please, can you come down so you can respond? The person is asking this: is it that the girls were ignorant of proper waste disposal practices, or it was lack of infrastructure? Any other question for the
Okay, this research is in connection with the assessment of the thermal resistance. Mostly we have thermal prone structures, or sometimes in case of fire outbreak, some of these structural members in our buildings are subjected to heat transmission. So through that, these reinforcement bars are also in a form of rubber. How can these materials be able to resist, or at what temperature, at what level can this material be able to resist the fire before a sudden collapse occurs? And that is what this work seeks to understand or bring out. It is in progress. It is a progressive work.
Okay, so it's lack of infrastructure in the schools. Yes. Okay, so there needs to be a changing room or an incinerator. It will burn them so that there will be no fear that someone will come for my part and use it for ritual, so that either I'll not give birth or I'll become something else. Yes, please. Yes, please.
In your studies, did you come across incinerator for burning use of menstrual? So why are you suggesting incinerator? Incinerator. Oh, yeah. Did you come across any literature talking about incinerator to burn? Oh, no, but let's look at advanced countries. Is there any incinerator? And you do it, you gather it and go and put it there? Is that what it is? After you have used the pad, then when do you go to the incinerator site? Is it within the community or in your house or something? I'm just trying to imagine how incinerators will be used in this sense.
The study is done in schools. The study was done in boarding, in schools, and it was conducted in the boarding houses. Oh, yes, please.
When people see me coming from them, they will know that this lady has started doing it. Is it not going to be like that? Would they be comfortable to use it? Is it going to be user-friendly? You go to washroom, I've thrown it into the KVIP and it's gone. And me entering there wouldn't call that I've menstruated. You know, menses come with a lot of things. And so if there's an incinerator and I'm working there, won't everybody know that Stella has menstruated? And they will talk about me. Okay. Yeah, so you have a question for... Mm-hmm. Good, you have responded. Generally, you all did very well, you presented very well. Key things I observed were that you didn't use your time well. You were concentrating on things that were not very needed. And so you could not finish within the 10 minutes. The 10 minutes is a lot in presentations like this, but you couldn't use the time well. In addition, some of you, the font sizes were very difficult. You used very small font sizes, and I was wondering how you did that. So if you want to enlarge it, then it will be distracting the view. So next time. And then in addition, I saw some of you to also speaking to the board. You were not concentrating on us. So if you are presenting, it's not as much as you want to, but you have to communicate so that your audience will also have, will look at you and then concentrate on what you are saying. Any other thing, Prof, you want to say? And then, thank you very much for this session. There's another session coming. And so if you still want to be here, there's another session coming. Thank you very much. You are discharged. You two, you are discharged. And I don't want you, menstruation. All right. Yeah, the patriarchal people. Your study was so interesting. I loved it, eh? So without marriage, the woman doesn't exist. How? We'll talk about it later. All right, so the next set of presentation.
Yeah, please, second session. Those who will be presenting, I hope you know yourselves. Yeah, please come forward. All those who will be presenting.
Hey, one after.
Those online who are supposed to present, I don't know. When it gets to your session, let us know. So therefore, we'll allow you to make the presentation. So those online, when is your turn? Kindly alert us so that you can do the online presentation. Thank you. Oh, they have the program. And the program, yes, there. If you don't have a program, just contact me. But you're supposed to be on the platform, and the program is there, so you know. But you present here, so don't worry. When is your turn, let us know, so quickly we can bring you in.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah. Yeah. So second session, those who are presenting, kindly come forward here for me. Abigail Tre, Isaac Kokroko and Co, Christian Che, Bofa. Okay. Have you given you
Said Adu. Adu Sef. Okay. Abdul Rashid Idrisi. Isaac Intiko. Okay. Bridget Azua. Bridget. All right. So let's start. Please, I hope you heard the closing remark of the first session. So we implore you to please stick to your time for us so that we can finish on time and then we leave here. All right. Yes, Abigail here. Isaac Okroko. Esther Tonto. Esther, you lead the presentation, and then followed by Christian Che Bofa, Setedu.
You're not to have that, you know.
In that order. Okay. So can we have 10 minutes to do your presentation? Yeah, so please, you keep your questions at the end of the session. We allow you to ask your questions.
Asana, ni umunasa. Keke oni sema diwe mi elupe.
Please, you have 10 minutes for the presentation. Kindly always, please listen, kindly always connect to the timekeeper. Very, very important. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished lecturers and fellow researchers. When stories remember what we have forgotten about Mother Earth, then it ceases to be just a fiction. My name is Esther Tonto. I am presenting the topic Ecological Consciousness and Cultural Identity in Contemporary African Literature or Fiction. I added my supervisor's name because he helped me to supervise, he supervised and then helped me to carve this work. Ecological consciousness is simply the relational awareness of human beings as participants within the natural world, but not masters over the world. In an African tradition, this is inseparable from indigenous cultural belief. Cultural identity, on the other hand, is constitutively grounded and ancestrally grounded. It is not a personal trait system. It is Ikiki 2015. For African writers, this is never a backdrop. It is an active moral participant in social, spiritual, and ethical life. Once Cooper and Quayson established that African magical realism is a narrative articulation of indigenous belief system. And then Quayson conceptualized this mode through new materialist ontology. Okowi, on the other hand, developed the idea of orature realism as a vehicle of transmitting cultural identity. However, studies on magical realism is directed to adult literature. Children texts engaging in ecological relationship, and then its identity formation remain critically under examined. So it's of this that our study looks at how ecological consciousness, it's of this that our study looks at ecological consciousness and cultural identity in the 3 books that we're using, which is Kwame and the Major Tree, and then Yasika by Faith Ben Daniels, and Efua Touri's Children of the Quicksands. Now, to the literature review. Because of time, the literature review has been carved in 3 themes. That's magical realism, ecological consciousness, and African tradition. I will not delve into it much. Cultural identity and communal memory and intergenerational transmission, magical realism in African children's literature. So I'll talk about the theoretical framework that we used. We used Farry's 5 features, which is the irreducible element, the phenomenal world, the epistemic hesitation, the margin of realism, destruction of time, space, and identity. So, because of our time, I will zoom straight to the discussion. Before I talk about the discussion, I would like to give a brief synopsis of the 3 books that we're using. Yasika talks about an orphan girl raised by her grandmother in a village of Kofiase. She experiences the jealousy of a wicked witch who imprisons her, and then later she is being rescued by the community and then spiritual intervention. Kwame and the Major Tree also talks about an orphan boy who is being displaced by the stepmother. This boy plants a soursop tree, watered it with fierce, and then through this tree, he is able to retrieve all his belongings that the stepmother has taken away. Children of a Quicksand also talks about the 13-year-old Simi, sent from Lagos to her grandmother. And then she discovered a forbidden quiescence, which has imprisons children. And this forbidden son is being created by a grieving mother spirit. So he uses his gifted stone to enable these trapped children get their freedom. Now I am focusing on Yasika. Yasika situates the ecological consciousness in a daily life. The sweeping, the going to farm before school, the fetching of water. This all talks about how ecological relationship is enacted as embodied in daily life. Then, again, when the mouse creep into Ya's lamp and then becomes an old fairy grandmother, this reveals how this talks about Vesidalis figuration, revealing how spirituality is already existing in the daily life. And then, on identity, the community calls her God sent. And then when Yasika got missing, the mother laments. And then this shows how when Mami Oko laments, when she disappears, this shows her identity carries rare weight in the society and how magic is being built. When we talk about how magic is being built, in the novel, magic is being built in the communal life and then moral discourse with real directness. Calling her the God sent also talks about, symbolizes how magic is being built. And when you look at the black hole, how she is being trapped in the black hole and then is being rescued by the old fairy, this all talks about how supernatural or magic is being seen. And then when you look at the closing end of the book, page 23, it talks about, it's a quote and unquote, it says, when you meet Yasika, ask her to teach you love, respect, and kindness, for the world cannot live or the world cannot be beautiful without this. I will talk a little bit about the Sasap, Kwame and the Major Tree, the Sasap, and then continue to...
Esther, can you please conclude your presentation?
Okay. So, in conclusion, I would say in all the 5 sessions, that I have analyzed so far, magical realism is not just serving as a decorative purpose. The animate landscape, the non-human agent across all the children, the Iroko 3, the Sasa, the mounds, the farmland, all talks about authoritative expression and relational ontology.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. Let's give it a clap, please. Yeah. You will now take on Christian Che Bofa. 10 minutes, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christian Che Bufa, and then I'm presenting with Dr. Che Emmanuel. We are looking at prepositional phrase fronting and GES seculars, and it is corpus-based. That is what we are looking at. Okay. So we look at the roadmap of this presentation. We have the introduction, the literature review, methodology, findings, and then conclusion. When we look at English word order patterns, we know that in this order, we have SVO. That is the subject, verb, and then object. Prepositional phrase is always placed after the verb. And over there, it's either modifying the adjectives or modifying the verbs. That is the normal canonical form we know. In the other sense, when the prepositional phrase is moved to the clause initial, is what we are going to look at. We call it prepositional phrase fronting. And then in this one, we have this example. The Director General visited the school in the Ashanti region. So when the prepositional phrase is fronted, this is what we have. In the Ashanti region, the Director General visited the schools. Ghana Education Service has a lot of letters and then circulars. And in these letters, it is highly dense with a lot of information. Some are policy decisions, some are letters to schools, a lot of academic writings. And in this, we find out that these prepositional phrase fronting are there. Can we then say that GES letters is prepositional frontings, fronting without any empirical evidence? So a research needs to be done so that we can confirm that indeed, when we take GES letters or circulars, prepositional phrase fronting are there. That is why we are conducting this very research. Else, it will be an impressionistic. You only create impression to stakeholders. So for this particular work, we'll be looking at the theoretical model. We are using these letters. In order for us to confirm, we have to do this research through a theory. And in that theory, we can then say that GES letters are with prepositional phrase fronting. So we have these specific objectives and their related research questions. PP fronting occurring in the corpus of selected GES, okay, we'll identify. Then we'll also determine the frequency distribution. Then we'll examine the discourse functions in these PPs, the functions that they do perform. The related research questions are there. Okay, with the significance, this study will be of more importance in the academia. In the literature, after this work, we can make mention of this particular research. Then to professionals, those who are drafting letters and then reports, this study will be of more importance to them. Then pedagogy, at the tertiary institutions and then the SHS, when we are teaching in grammar and centers, we can make good use of this particular study. Then as a methodology, we are going to use corpus. And with that assistance, anytime you want to talk about methodology, corpus assistance, we can talk of this particular study. Empirical review of related studies have been done. Because of time, we wouldn't mention all of them, but we have the author and the date, we have the study area, we have the methodology, we have theory and the gap identified in each of them. Okay. It continues. So it brings us to the gap that we have. So with that gap, we are going to use corpus as a quantitative to bring out a study And then we know the discourse function of this prepositional phrase fronting in GES circulars. Now we come to the theory we are going to use. This theory has been reviewed. Ideally, it's SFL we are using, but it is having this model, the evolution of the theme rim model. When a preposition is moved to the front at the initial clause, we have a theme for a sentence or a discourse. In this model, it is talking about rem and theme. Either the subject is in front or the prepositional phrase is in front. The subject being there, we call it a theme. Prepositional phrase being there, we call it a theme. Other words, other sentences, other issues regarding that particular clause is a rem. So after getting the theme, all the peripherals, they become the rem. So this is the model we are going to use. It's part of SFL. Okay. And then this has been reviewed by Halliday. Okay. And then for Halliday in 1985, 1994, he talked about the closer level of this model. And then we have Fry's 1994, talking about the whole text reveal, that is in discourse. And then Martins in 1992, also adding semantics to the discourse. Thompson and Edgens, he is having topical, textual, and then interpersonal. Over here, I believe, later going on, we can do a lot of search with this corpus, building each of them. We have Fawcett also talking about subject, narrowing this theme to only the subject. And then we have that of Ferry, looking at the gen conventional as in institutions. So finally, Martinson and Holiday have been subclassified with the themes. So we have temporal, locative, manner and means, cause reason, okay, methodology. We have 340 sentences as in corpus. Tokens we use in the corpus is 6,920 with PP front-end sentences 29, representing 8.5% of the total sentences. So the design is both qualitative and quantitative, that is mixed method. Sampling is purposive. Tools we are using AMCOM. And then analytical procedure, we have stages in 3, systematic search and then verification. Quantitative structural coding, and then qualitative theorem functional analysis. Okay, so with our findings, we have the structural classification of these PPS in the data. Here talks about identification. Thank you. With the identification of these PPS, and then we find out that in our corpus, some of these PPS or prepositional phrase fronting were gearing towards locative. Others were towards subject matter. That is the prepositions that are identified in this discourse. These are the roles they play in the corpus. And then subject matter is there. We have some also talking about comparison event, cause or reason, and then textual interpretation. So you see the numbers are written up there. That is the graphical representation of our identification. And then frequency distribution of these fronted PPS is also there. And then we have in, for, by, during, beyond, at. In that order, these prepositions are identified and then distributed. How they are reoccurring in the corpus. So the discourse function, at the temporal and locative, we have examples there. During this visit, the delegation toured a number of schools. So during this visit, is talking about a place. It is locative. It is showing time, setting, and then the place. We have formula or formalized discourse framing. In his remarks, Dr. Musa Imoro understood So this one is just a fixed something, as in textual. We have angle or angle viewpoint with a subject matter. Over here we are looking at cohesion. So over there, these are the prepositions that are used. And then with causal and interpretation or manner scaffolding, they are there. And then the work or the functions they perform are nicely elaborated up there. This one is reported events within an already established time and place, as said earlier, theme predicting a summary of attributed speech in that order. So in conclusion, we say that this study is going to have a stylistic general convention. We have GAs, we have Ghana Houses, we have local government. So after conducting this research, in a gen writing reports and academic writings, it will be a style. Okay. And then two distinct functions, like I mentioned. Okay, so we have GES, yes, that is what I just mentioned. And the genuine stylistic tool is there. And then this one fits the model we are discussing here, having the prepositional phrase in front of clauses and discourses. Recommendation to this particular study, we look at institutional practice. It's creating awareness to GES to be particular about this style. Okay. To be particular about this style. And then for pedagogy, as I mentioned, tertiary institutions, universities making use of this particular style. And then for further studies, a research could be done about this particular search. Thank you very much. This is my references.
Yeah,
And then we have appendix showing examples of some of these.
Thank you, Mr. Akufa. Thank you very much. Shall you give him a clap? We shall now take set Edu. Edu said, please, are you here? All right.
Please, good evening to you.
Please
accept
I'm presenting
on the topic.
Influence
of pineapple-based fiber aspect ratio on the engineering properties of fiber-reinforced composite
block. And my presentation will go through this process. Construction industry in Ghana
major role,
more especially provision of shelter and employment. In the same vein, there was a growing awareness of by which building engineers can exploit natural fibers for the means of doing things. That is to get into the renewable energy to create sustainable things. By so doing, natural fiber is getting huge interest among researchers owing to their sustainable and economic values that they have. Again, it is known that pineapple, as you all know, after taking the pineapple, generates a lot of waste or wastage into the community or into the environment, especially the peels and the crown. So you want to make sure that you get fiber out of the waste or the waste produced. Gap that was identified in the literature indicates that there's a huge gap due to the fact that though others has explored fibers from different sources, there's less literature on pineapple, especially pineapple crown. And again, there's no much evidence concerning the chemical compatibility of interfacial bonding
between pineapple, crown fiber, and that of pozzolana. And again, most of the studies available are outside the jurisdiction of Ghana or Africa. So this will focus more in Ghana and so. The research adopts the experimental design, and the pozzolana was pegged at 30% to, and that of the fiber content was also pegged at 5%, but of different aspect ratio of 65, 78, 91, 104, and 117 millimeters. After this statistical analysis tool of ANOVA is used to interpret the data that will be collected. The materials used were, major materials used were soil and pozzolana, clay pozzolana, that was used for this test. The pineapple crown was collected or taken, well washed. After washing, it was beaten manually and shredded. The fibers were taken from it, and it was thoroughly washed. After washing it, it was taken. That has to do with the fiber length. I think there's a figure here that indicates the diameter is missing from there. So the diameter is supposed to be there. All this will help us to get the fiber aspect ratio. So upon determining all those things, you came about this strength, this length, which is 65, 78, 91, 104, and 117 millimeters. After getting those lengths, the tensile strength was conducted on the fiber. So it was put in the machine and tensile strength was tested. Then again, you check the moisture for the way. Then again, some analysis was conducted to find out the nature or the microscopic nature of the fiber that is going to be used. From there, a total of 300 and, please say I'm sorry, some of my figures are missing from the machine, I'm sorry. From there, a total of 60 composite blocks were made. That measures 100 by 50 by 50 millimeters, and they were cured and tested at 7, 14, 21, and 28 days. During these days, the compressive strength were tested, and at the 7th day, these figures were obtained: 14 days, 21 days, and 28 days. The tensile strength was able to be taken at the 28th day. That is where I tested for the tensile strength of the blocks or the specimen made. So from there, I compared that of the tensile strength to that of the compressive strength to find out if there's the correlation or there's a significant value of the strength obtained. Now, from all the tests conducted, it was observed from the figure shown that the fiber length of 65 millimeters obtained the highest or the maximum strength from the compressive strength. And also at the 28th day, you see that it gained 2.7 megapascal strength as against that of the control. This indicates that although the other fibers or the increasing of the fiber gain strength of them. But the 65 millimeters one had the highest among them. Again, it shows that the other ones with the longer length were also showing some kind of reduced strength. Perhaps due to the fact that the longer they are, it makes it difficult, scientifically, makes it difficult to mix them up or to mix them properly. And so it paved way for weak bonding and so on and so forth. The trends suggest that excessive long fiber may not be uniformly dispersed, as I talked on earlier on, throughout the earth mix, during the mix and compaction. So from here, what is it? The contribution this work is making is that it will provide empirical evidence on the pineapple crown waist fiber aspect ratio. Then again, it offers practitioners a practical guidelines for selecting fiber length when they are introducing them into the compost seeds. Again, it promotes the use of pineapple crown waist fiber as a low-cost and sustainable reinforcement material in our construction industry. Again, it will also help us to inform local building guidelines and the standard for fiber reinforced on earth construction in Ghana. As I said, beyond the 65 millimeters, it is also seen that you're not getting a good mix, which will not help in the. Again, pineapple crown waist fiber is.
Mr. Edwin, can you conclude for us, please?
So, recommendation that I'm making from the work is that we can adopt 65 millimeter as optimum strength length for fiber length when you are adding them to block making.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Shall you give me a clap, please? The next presenter, Abdul Rashid Idris.
Good evening, distinguished professors, doctors, fellow researchers, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abdul Rashid Idrisu. My name is Abdul Rashid Idrisu. I'm full construction technology student. I am under Engineer Professor Humphrey Dansu. I am investigating into properties of concrete blocks produced with sandy soil and cow dung, suggestions for future studies. Yet, in Ghana, population growth and rapid urbanization have intensified the demand for affordable housing, creating a persistent shortfall in supply, according to Yale and Kankam. A major contributor to this deficit is the high and escalating cost of conventional construction materials, particularly cement and river sand, which are components of concrete blocks used extensively in Ghana. Cement manufacturing is well-known source of carbon dioxide emission, whilst indiscriminate river sand mining depletes river belts, alter ecosystem, and heighten the risk of flooding. Cement manufacturing is a significant source of other pollutants, including sulfur dioxide and the rest. Now, statement of the problem. The construction industry is a major driver to socioeconomic development. Cement production is highly energy intensive and releases significant quantities of carbon dioxide emission into the atmosphere. Now, aims and objectives of the study. The study aims to investigate into the properties of concrete blocks produced with local sandy soil and cow dung as partial replacement of cement. Specific objectives. The specific objective of this study is to determine the mechanical properties, that is, compressive strength and tensile, of concrete blocks produced with sandy soil and cow dung. The specific objective 2 is to assess the physical properties of concrete blocks, that is, density and water absorption, resistance of concrete blocks. Then that is the SEM and EDS of concrete blocks. So these are the gaps identified in literature. So most of the studies focus on the use of agricultural waste, such as rice husks, ash, cow dung, and they use that on adobe bricks, mortar, concrete, and laterites. But there are few studies on the use of those materials in concrete blocks, hence my study. Now, materials and methods. The material used for this study include cement. It is used in accordance to Ghana standard, that is GS 766 2011, and then expected grade 32.5 R. Then the farm aggregate used is sandy soil, then cow dung collected from the northeast region of Ghana, then water. These are the materials used. You can see that in their various figures, where figure 3.1 sandy soil, figure 3.2 cement. And all those materials were batched according to the quantities in table 3.1. So cement at 0% replacement, I used 22.050 kg. Then at 2.5%, cement use was 21. It reduces by 2.5%. So that is the quantities used. So now,
will it be up to one
after the specimens were molded, they were cured for 7, day 14, day 21, and day 28 days respectively. Having done that, laboratory testings were conducted, mechanical properties were tested in Amsterdam Construction Lab, physical properties were also tested in Amsterdam Construction Lab, properties were tested at University of Mines, Takwa Environmental Lab. So, data analysis. the data, I use ANOVA, two-way ANOVA to analyze the data because multiple variants were used. So
You
this is
should
the
do one and
results
come in then.
I obtained from my research. Under compressing,
But there's water in it, Anna.
this is the average compressive strength. The 14 average compressive strength. And the figure
it has
4.3
spoiled.
shows the results. The other table here is the tensile strength. Then the physical properties, results of water absorption, results of density test. We have results of water absorption. We have chemical resistance. Then this is the micrograph. The micrograph at my immediate left is showing include the best performed replacement and the poor performed. So the best performed one was 2.5% replacement of cow dung. So when it was subjected to the same machine, you see the EDS, the purpose of it is to identify the various elemental composition in the block. So when the specimen, I mean, it was cut
Is that all the water?
by, into 15 by 15 by 5 mm. When it was subjected to
Is that one
Spartan quota,
jerrycan?
the Spartan quota is used to coat the material before you insert it into the same chamber. So when that was done, and then we earmarked the micrograph, you can see 5393 on top of the picture there. So these were the various elements we can identify, or we identify there. We have calcium there, we have silicon there, we have magnesium there, and the rest. So now, summary of the findings. So the mechanical properties, that is compressive strength. After curing at day 28, the control sample attained the highest compressive strength. That one, there wasn't any cow dung in that. And we had 7.993 Newton per millimeter square. While the 10% replacement recorded 3.97. So the 2.5 and 5% replacement level maintain strengths above minimum. So can be adopted without significantly compromising structural performance. So it is showing that, inshallah, we can use, we can replace cement with cow dung up to 2.5 or within the range of 2.5 and 5% respectively in concrete blocks production. So this is the yes. So that is all. So we are recommending that maybe in future you can look at the range between the 1% to 5%, and you do more research. Further research can also work on SRD.
Abdurashid,
thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much
Shall
for
we
your
clap
audience.
for him as he take his seat. The next presenter, Isaac Intiko. All right.
Dr. Chair, fellow researchers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, please, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Isaac Inteko, presenting on behalf of my co-authors from the Department of Crop and Soil Science Education, Faculty of Agriculture Education, on the paper title, Effects of Cropping Systems and Input Levels on Growth and Yield of Maize Cowpea Intercrop Systems in Ghana. This is the outline of my presentation. Agriculture remains the backbone of many economies, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, where it contributes significantly to GDP and employs majority of the population. As the global population continues to grow at an exponential rate, greater efforts are necessary to ensure the sustainable expansion of agricultural production. The United Nations most recent estimates suggest that the world's population may exceed 8.5 billion by 2030, grow up to 9.7 billion by 2050, and peak around 10.4 billion in the 2080s. Therefore, making it so essential for sustainability based on the United Nations Sustainable Goal 2, which is to end population growth. Therefore, how sustainable should we go by our farming practices so that we don't cause harm to our arable lands that we have, but rather sustaining them? Sustainable agriculture is a practice that fulfills current food needs while preserving the environment, conserving resources, and ensuring future generations have access to food effectively. In matter, Ghana, optimizing the use of available resources, including nutrients, water, sunlight, and other resources. As on the top, we have some diagram there involving some sustainable farming practices that our farmers can move or go into, such as intercropping systems, agroforestry, manuring, and other sustainable practices, as these will always sustain our arable lands that we have. Maize and cowpea are highly compatible intercrop partners, where maize, which is a cereal crop, provides structural support and shade so far as the cowpea is concerned. And the cowpea here, which is a legume, fixes atmosphere 2025 Zangita 2023, who reported that once plants or crops are being provided the necessary nutrients, they are able to grow vegetatively or giving a vegetative vigor, thereby increasing their height. Similar trends were followed for that of cowpea, which is grade 2, which the plant height also increased in both seasons. But within the cowpea here, the intercrop cowpea recorded the tallest plant height as against the sow cowpea, because the maize cast shoulder shadow on the intercrop cowpea, it exfoliated, meaning it grew taller in order to intercept sunlight, thereby making it grow taller compared to that of the sow cowpea. And this also supports findings by Hans Ita 2022 and Zank 2023. Then table 1, which is the grain yield of the maize. Across this season, you have the high input system recording the highest values as against the low input systems. And table 2 here is the grain yield of the cowpea, which also the high input system had the highest performance as against the low input system, because their nutrients were limited in those systems. So land equivalent ratio, table 3. The land equivalent ratio here indicates how effective the intercropping system is over the sow cropping. So if the land equivalent ratio is equal to 1, it shows how productive, or it shows that the intercropping system and that of the sow cropping are the same. If the land equivalent ratio is greater than 1, it shows how productive the intercropping system is over the sow cropping. And if it is less than 1, it means how unproductive or unprofitable the intercropping system as against the sow cropping. So within this study, the land equivalent ratio exceeded 1, indicating that the intercropping system was effective as against the sow cropping. And this also is consistent with Lee Ita, who reported that land equivalent ratio is able to use resources effectively. In conclusion, high input system row intercropping maize gave the highest grain yield, closely followed by sow maize, and the maize intercrop recorded the lowest values. Cowpea growth yield were also strongly shaped by cropping system and input level, whereas the land equivalent ratio values were greater than 1 across all seasons, indicating the importance of this intercropping system as against the sow cropping. Recommendations: farmers are recommended to adopt row intercropping with medium to high input levels, as this system proved to be more beneficial as compared to the maize intercrop system. The system could also be tested in the Guinea Savannah coastal savanna zones of Ghana, where intercropping is also mostly practiced. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do we have Bridget Ajua here? Right, then that brings us to the end of the presentation. So if you have any questions, the presenters are here to address them. Yes, any question, please? Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Rashid, Okay. So you use the two-way and over. The explanation didn't come out clear for me. So I need you to respond to that.
Thank you for the opportunity. The curing has effect on the strength of the block. The various replacement levels also have effect on the blocks. So, and in addition to other variants for the analysis.
Okay. The other one to Isaac. Isaac, you said the cowpea plants grew taller because of the shading. Did this also translate to yield? And what is accounting for that?
Okay, thank you very much, Doc, for the question. Yes, it translated to yield, although it grew taller because of the sunlight that it needed to intercept through photosynthesis and other activities for it growth. So, although it's a disadvantage due by the yield aspect too was also there. So it yielded well. But as maybe the yield and high expectation will be needed, maybe you wouldn't get it that way. But it yielded well.
Okay. To self-edu. You talk about aspect ratio. What is it?
Okay, thank you, Doc. Okay, so that is the relationship of the diameter to that of the length of the fiber. It has to do with the fiber length by the diameter of the fiber.
So how does it affect air blocks in your study?
Yeah, so as I indicated, it helped me to cut the various fibers, the fiber into various lengths. And so the length, when it was incorporated, the one that yielded much strength. And again, it was observed that the longer the fiber from what I cut, then it reduced the strength, perhaps due to the fact that it was not well mixed, or it will interfere the mixing of the components.
Oh, okay. So what is the contribution of your study to the construction industry?
My study will help to add a new introduction of, that is a fiber, which pineapple crown waste fiber, which is supposed to have been thrown away or wasted into the building industry, adding up or reducing the cost of building in a whole. And also, it's a new way of introducing another component into the building industry.
All right. Let me ask Esther. Esther, you talk about ecological consciousness and cultural identity. What is the gap this study seeks to fill?
Thank you for your question.
Yeah.
Mostly, magical realism is being discussed in adult literature. So, children's literature, talking about magical realism, it rarely happens.
What is medical realism?
Magical realism.
Yeah. What is it?
Is
What
the
is it?
blend of the physical and the spirituality. How the physical, spiritual is treated in daily life. Example, when you see a mouse transforming into an old woman trying to help, that is what magical realism is about.
Yeah.
So just a word of advice, for conferences like this, by our topic, interdisciplinary. We are not all in your field. So please, when you are presenting, break things down so all your audience will appreciate what you are talking about. That applies to everybody. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Mr. Buffer, prepositional phrase fronting. Why should we care about it?
Thank you very much. I think we should care about it because it helps in theme framing, in constructing sentences and clauses, even in discourse. There should always be a theme. And then the tradition has been the subject, verb, object. So as a gem, an institution, when we are considering framing sentences or framing themes of our discourse, for our paragraphs, whatever, prepositional phrase fronting also comes in. A little attention has been paid to it. So through these studies, I believe we are drawing the attentions of the stakeholders and the interlocutors that indeed, when we frame our themes for our discourse, we have to incorporate prepositional phrase fronting.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. That brings us to the end of the second session. In a closing remark or whatever.
We have ended for the day. Thank you for your time. We need to go and catch some rest. Tomorrow we are continuing. So go and re-energize yourself and let's come back tomorrow to continue and finalize it. You should know that all your presentation, there are people going around and they are looking through and they are assessing. Some of you may win some awards tomorrow at the closing ceremony. We don't know what will come to you. So let's meet again tomorrow to continue. All right. Thank you. So come.
All right. All the best. Let's see ourselves tomorrow, God willing. All right.